for domestic use and in industry. This is mismanagement which is largely causing the challenges of severe faced wash challenges of the SDG 6 in the United Nations context. But the big fluxes of stability on the planet is in the green branch. That is 2/3 of the global hydrological cycle. That's the soil moisture in the soil, which drives photosynthesis, all biodiversity, all rain-fed food production. 80% of land in the world is cultivated through green water, not using blue water for irrigation. It is what keeps the planet's resilience stable, and we're today seeing risks of us undermining this. In our Global Commission on Economics of Water work, we have for the first time produced the atmospheric rivers context of all nations in the world. Here you see the connection points. This is our export and import of green water between nations. I'll just give you one example. Look at the dot there in Brazil. The Amazon basin, the richest terrestrial biome on planet Earth, is exporting fresh rainfall to all the countries across the South American continent, which is only enabled through the health and stability of the Amazon rainforest. But just look across the world, we're all interconnected through the global common use of fresh water through the green water interconnections. We've also mapped the fact that every sustainable development goal is dependent on fresh water, blue and green. So you will not have eradication of poverty or securing food security for all, or health or education, or even stable socioeconomic development unless you also invest in both green and blue water, both the soil moisture but also the liquid water. We also know today that water is fundamental for water insecurity, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Water cuts across all the 3 Rio Conventions and are fundamental for the stability in the world. The IPCC, which you see here, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, concludes, as you all know, that the severity and magnitude, so the number and magnitude of extreme events, are on the increase. Droughts, floods, heat waves, fires. These are all connected to fresh water. They would not occur without a freshwater pulse causing these impacts. We have in the Economics of Water Commission translated that in economic terms. We show that rich nations in the world will face an 8 to 10% decline in GDP by 2050, and low-income nations 10 to 15% income in loss of income, just because of these extreme events affecting labor productivity and affecting communities directly. We're also proposing, in order to put value on fresh water, to revisit the human rights of water. We call this, what amount of water is required for a dignified life? Well, we know that 50 liters per person per day is required for the human rights of water, for drinking water and domestic use for health. Another 300 or so are used and needed per capita for our industrial modern development in the world economy today. But look at the numbers. Another 3,800 liters per person per day is required for an adequate, healthy diet. This adds up to 4,000 liters per person per day for a dignified life. 4 cubic meters, 4 tons of water. Dear friends, I can tell that if you want to have an adequate lunch to eat or a dinner tonight, it will consume more than 1 ton of fresh water to produce. That is reality. That is what we now need to focus on. Therefore, we've translated this Economics of Water work into 5 mission areas to really transform and move fast, along with President Macron's point about really breaking silos and moving faster across policy areas. Launching a new revolution in the food systems, conserving and restoring the natural habitats to secure carbon sinks and biodiversity, go from linear to circular water economies for both green and blue water, enabling clean energy and AI-rich area of low water consumptive use in the modern economy that we're moving towards, and ensuring that no child dies from unsafe water by 2030, the fundamental WASH agenda. All of this is interconnected through a number of enablers, and these enablers are really what Ajay Banga emphasizing here, of looking at partnerships, breaking silos, and really connecting and avoiding fragmentation in policy. And all of this needs to be framed within hard policies on environmental boundaries, on equity, and on efficiency. And we believe that this has the opportunity to reshape the economics of water, to really accelerate a transformation within a safe operating space for humanity on planet Earth, where fresh water is the investment area to enable that path to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rockstrom, for this eye-opening presentation. Your insights on the economics of water have highlighted a crucial reality, a reality where our world's water systems are deeply interconnected, with actions in one region creating ripple effects across continents. Honored guests, water is part of increasing global tensions, calling for a profound rethinking of governance, the mobilization of collective intelligence, and bold initiatives to address the major challenges facing freshwater resources today. To explore successful models of transboundary cooperation and their transformative potential, and to guide us through our first panel discussion of the day titled Share and Cooperate, I am pleased to welcome Ms. Tatiana Molchan, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by adding my voice in expressing appreciation and congratulations to France, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank for organizing this important summit in this beautiful city of Riyadh on such an important topic, water, and at a critical time. As head of the UNEC, having the honor of hosting the UN Water Convention on Transboundary Cooperation, I'm more than delighted to guide you through the next session, the first session of our discussions today, which is under a very meaningful title, Share and Cooperate. And I hope you all agree that the transboundary nature of water resources is all about cooperation and sharing. We cannot solve the water crisis without recognizing that water knows no border. And I think we all heard this in the speakers, in the opening remarks, but also our keynote speaker who has shown how this all is interlinked. And 60% of the world's fresh water flows across national boundaries. More than 3 billion people depend on shared waters. Yet, we have only a few countries and regions that have any cooperation or arrangements in place. We have data that shows how beneficial it is to cooperate and to work together. And it helps not only to improve water management, to address disaster risks, to mitigate climate changes, and also to improve the well-being of people, the economic development, and also to address conflicts, to prevent conflicts, and build peace. So we have these amazing examples throughout the world. We already heard a few examples from this stage, and I'm sure we'll have more examples following from countries, from the regions. And I hope we all will be, and I'm certain we'll all be inspired about these examples, from these examples. We all agree that the cost of inaction is too high, and it is more so when we have the instruments to address these challenges. And one of that is, of course, the instrument that we had on the UN umbrella, like the UN Water Convention, where it's a clear instrument on how to work together, how to support countries to really work in building, exchanging experience, and benefiting from technical experience and assistance. Since it was globally opened to all the countries of the UN in 2016, we have now 14 more countries who have joined this convention, including in the last years Iraq, Panama, Cote d'Ivoire, Gambia, Nigeria, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And 20 more countries are on the way to join this convention. And looking at these positive outcomes, of course, I call on every country to join the Water Convention. And I'm doing so in particular being aware of the impact it is having for arid countries and those which heavily depend on transboundary waters, like Turkmenistan, which is an important party of the convention. With that, I would like to invite to the podium His Excellency Gurbanguly Berdimuhamedov, the national leader of Turkmen people and chairman of the People's Council of Turkmenistan, to share with us Turkmen experience, but as well regional and global perspective on water cooperation. Your Excellency, please, welcome to the floor.
Köp sağ olun, hormatly samita gatnaşçılar, hanımlar ve cenaplar. İlkölen Fransa'nın, Kazakh ve Suudi Arabistan'ın hükümetlerine ahli umumi gün tertibine bir durum ve bir neşmehum sorular çözmeye yardım edecek ve bir samitim çağıran için minnettarlık hem bildirmek isteyen. Deme hazırki dövrde su meselesi oyuncu özara anlatışı umum dünya hem işlerinin bir mühim biyoloji bulup duruyor. Köp avatta yeryüzünde durumlukluğu, ötüşü ve avadansalı üpçün etmekte hem mümkünçülükleri ketkitler. Hemen şununla bağlılıkta suğun bir çözüm doğru manasında su seyiştirin diyen hem adaletli olanman hem kefil bulup line bir siyasi hukuk taydan değerli hem hayat hem gelecek nesillerin önüne ahlak hem taydan cevapkeşlik bağıttı hem ayet hem şert bulup çıkışa diyer. Nasıl meselesi oyuncu köp taraflı diyaloğun hem neticesi ketkitlerine o hem katnaşıcılar iki tane esası düzgünle yani o su serişlerin ayolu olanmağına hem adaletli hem paylanmağına gurrungsuz hem eğirmelidir deyip hem hasap ediyor. Türkmenistan Suy olanma halkların her bir adamın tevi hukuku bari pemişede bir gün ütközü beyan ediyor. Bu hem kadani merkezi az için ehli ve aydınlığı ölen hem olanlar hem sevitte su serişleri bir derse tarihi, medeni ve tevi geografik hem yağdaylar sebeple ayrıca hem kımmetli hem ehmetliğe de esası iyidir. Ne bizim sevitimizde su iktisadıyım durmuş avadançılığının. Yani adamların madde değil hem hal yağdayın vereceğini hem de hiyerini kesitten ayıklı onu da hem şert bulup duruyor. Hem şundan uğralıp Türkmenistan Merkezi Asya'da su meselesinin ehli toplumuna seridilenine esası 3 mühim kadıdan uğur hem almanlığına ananya. Yani birinci halkara hukukunun bezca edilmeyi su seriştirleri umumi varlıktır. Onun hem ulanmayı umumi ikrar edilen hem kadılar. Yani hususan da Birleşen Milletler Kurulması'nın konvensiya esasında hem düğünleştirilmelidir. İkinci, özarı bekletlerin hem hasabı almağı, kârhem edilen çözgütler, tevhidin ähli döwletlerin zerurlukla gözüňde tutulmalılar. Diňe şeýle çemberleşme elbetde adalatlygy hem durnuklygy üpçün edip biler. Üçüncü, bu işe halkara guramalardyň ilki janabatda Birleşik Milletler guramasynyň çekilmegi hem bir suw bilen bagly başlanmışlara Birleşik Milletler guramasynyň gatnaşmagyna bir başlanmışlara bir kanuny laýykdygyny hem netijelerini hem berkitjekdiňler. Biz berkem anan ýar. Şundan uğraryp Merkel Aziýada hoşniyetli oňşuçylygy, ötüşü hem hyzmatdaşy gorap saklamak hem berkitmek. Şeýlem tevhidin sergüdüsü derýalaryndan suwdan peýdalanmaga usul hem ýoly goýmak o da hem zerur bolup durýar. Şu maksat bilen Türkmenistan Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň baş assambleýasynyň 78-nji sessiýasynda bir guramanyň Merkez Aziýa ýurtlaryna suwdan peýdalanmak boýunça ştab kwartirasy Aşgabatda bolan tevhid geňeşini döretmek hem başlangyjyny seretmegi teklip etdi. Şeýlem Amderýa hem Sırdarya boýunça Birleşik Milletler Guramasynyň konwensiýalaryny kabul etmek hem şartlandyrmagy elbetde öňe sürdi. Bir geňeş Merkez Aziýa döwletleriň ählisine ısynçykly hyzmatdaşyp suw gozalygyny ýolundyrmagy utgaşdyrar, tevhidin puduklyny hem düýümleriniň arkalaşykly işlemegini, öňür şeýlem suwdan peýdalanyň hukuk esaslaryny işläp hem taýýarlar. Biz Türkmenistanyň bir başlangyjyň öz wagtyny öňe sürlendigine ananyar hemde bir başlangyj amal aşyrlarynda ýakyn geljekde tevhid hem hyzmatdaşyny potulurmakda ötüşi üpçe etmek hem okypdyr diýip hem hasap edýär. Suw bilen bagly ýagdaýlar hakynda aýdylanda howanyň hem ötgemegine täsiri bardy hem men durup geçmek isleýär. Ýagny howanyň galanynyň ýoklanmagy, buýduklaryň azalmagy hem bir agalyň düýüniň hem ötgemi bizden diňe bir ýagdaýlara ugulaşmagy däl hem bileletlerini gıssagly çäreleri geçirmeyi talap edýär. Buýduklaryň Türkmenistandan uzakda yerleşýänine garamadan biziň ýolumuz üçin olaryň äýat ol hem ähmiýeti onda da bardyr. Buýduklar tevhidde ýaşaýşyň bir owa hojalygyň we eka ulugymyň hem esasy serişçisi bolan Amderýa ýaly hem derýalaryň tevhidi çeşmeleri bolup durýar. Biz diňe häzirki zaman tehnologiýalaryny ulanmak arkaly buýduklary gorap saklamak hem mümkinçiliklerden hem bir ananýar. Meşoňra da buýduklara goýokçulyk etmek, olary hem barlamak we goramak, şosanna howanyň hem durnuklygyny saklamak boýunça çögütler amalaşdyrmak baradaky halkara hem başlanýyşlara gatnaşmagy da hem Türkmenistan hemişe de taýýardyr. Endi durnukly ötüşüm maksatlaryny amalaşdyrmagy işe hem gatnaşyjy olan Türkmenistan var 2030-njy ýyla çelli bir gün hem tertibiniň esasy düzgünlerini iş ýüzünde bir ýerine ýetirmäge ul üns berýär. Şolaryň hataryna 6-njy maksady ýagny arasa suwa deň 50 litrligi üpçün etmek biziň milli taýdan elleri tutulan hem wezipesi diýip hasap edýär. Ýurdumyzda bir maksat durmuşa geçirmek bilen täze suw hem deshalaryny gurmak, şeýlem ýerata arasagy suw bilen üpçün etmek üçin niýetlenen olumlary ösürmek işlerin ýygyderli esasda alınıp barylýar. Halkara standartlar ve en gowy tejribe esasında gidrasiyoniki desaların işlemi üçün bir näçe ýürüte maksatnamalar hem kabul edildi. Amdiriýanyň suwuny rejeli peýdalanmak meselesine Türkmenistanyň milli oýam sewit ösüş üçin öğrenmegim wezifem we garaýandygyny aýratyn hem bellemek isleýär. Biz suw etkilerini azartmak üçin suwuruşyň her zaman usullaryny, suw tökşitleýäji tehnologiýalaryny hem ornaşdyrýar hem de beýleken zerur çäreleri geçirýär. Şeýle hem ýa hem bellenip geçirýär. Aral hem deňiziniň tewid üçin Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň ýürüýte maksatnamasyny işläp taýýarlamak. Bu hem aral meselesini, bu hem Guramanyň işini gaýretini hem bir uğruna öwürmek barada Türkmenistanyň hem başlangyjyny ýartmak hem isleýär. Ýagny hormatly Kassym-Jomart bu arada beýlep geçdi. Ýöne menem üstüne goşmak bilen ýagny Türkmenistanyň başlangyjy boýunça kabul edilen Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň araly halat etmeň halkara gatnaşyň arasyna hyzmatdaş etmek hakynda baş assambleýasynyň 2 tane kararnamasy aral boýunça netijeli halkara hyzmatdaşyň amalaşdyrmak üçin esasem bolup durýar. Şeýlem aral deňiziniň tewid üçin Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň ýürüýte maksatnamasyny öwretmeň şertlerini seretmek ady bilen hem bir Guramanyň Aziýa we ýuwaş umman üçin ykdysady we durmuş komissiýasynyň kararnamalaryny ýartlamak hem bärde zerurdur. Böwran mühim resminamalaryň kanunlaşdyrylmagy aral hem sorular boýunça ähli halkara işiniň kesitdeji hem uğurlarından bir hem bolmaly diýip hasap edýär. Ene bir hem sorular araly halat etmeň halkara gatnaşynyň döwletlere suwgujuluk utgoşdurjy komissiýasynyň hem işine ören mühim onuda orun hem değiştirdiler. Bir nüzumlar mühim ähmiýetli bolan wezipeleri çözmeň üstünde de işleýär. Ve soň arada olaryň işi diňe bir gatnaşy döwletleriň ýardam bermegine därli eýsem giň hem ýygyzly halkara hem gollagyny hem dayanmalydyr. Hormatly masada gatnaşylar. Türkmenistan suw serişlerini doldurmaň netijeli we hem durnukly ulgamny döretmek üçin dünýä hem birleşiň öz hem taýarlaryny birleşdirmek hem ukyplygyna da ananýar. We möhüm üçin sewet hem hyzmatdaşyň hasa giňetmek. Ol hem barlary işe alyp bolmak, we hem täze hem tehnologiýalaryny ornaşdyrmak elbetde bizden hem talap edýär. Ýakyn wagtda Aşgabatda Birleşen Milletler Guramasynyň Merkezi Aziýada howanyň üýtgeme bilen magly tehnologiýalar boýunça sewit hem merkezi işläp başlar. Türkmenistanyň hökümeti bir täze düzme öz wezipelerini we maksatlaryny netijeli amalaşdyrmak üçin hem dogry hem ýardam berer we de iň amatly şertler hem üpçin eder. Hormatly samita gatnaşylar. Hem soňky çykyşymy tamamlamak bilen umman suw meselesi boýunça Birleşen Milletler Guramasy beýleki ýürüýtüleşdirilen halkara düzümleri özüne hem goňşularymyz hem de hyzmatdaşlarymyz bilen aýdynlyk, adalatlyk, özara hem jogapkeşlik hem de bekitleri hasaba almak esasyna mundan beýlekde asynçykly hyzmatdaşlyk etmek hem Türkmenistanyň hemişem taýýardygyny tasdiklamak, ýendirerek isleýär. Hem pursatdan peýdalanyp ýendirerek şuurky galdyrylan wajyp mesele boýunça men Kazakh Respublikasynyň prezidenti Kassym-Jomart Fransiýanyň prezidenti Emmanuel Macron, Saudiýa Arabistanyň miras düşeri onu aradım şahadati şu meselani şulkun en vacip dip gallaryanlığı için yendirekin öz adından çuğur hem minnettarlığımı bildiretmeli. Köp sağ olun.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this insightful and inspiring words, putting an accent not only on the efforts on your country, but also to the region, Central Asia, and the recommendation and good advices that you have given for increasing our cooperation. Now, as we are moving forward in our discussion, there is one crucial aspect that we all relate to, and we've heard this being mentioned many times, and that is the sustainability of our cooperation really relies on different pillars and the involvement of many stakeholders. We cannot do this alone, so we have to involve all partners at different levels, different pillars, and at different tracks. And one of these key partners or stakeholders is the youth, whose future really depends on water resources and has a key role to play. So I would like to invite now on this stage two youth representatives, please, that have an outstanding initiative, transcending borders, generations, and sectors. The French and Kazakh Youth Parliament for Water representatives, please.
Honorable Head of States, distinguished guests and representatives, today we stand before you to deliver an essential truth. Young people, who make up 30% of the global population, will bear the greatest burden of today's inaction.
But we also understand that it is not only our right, but also our responsibility to build the future where youth have access to water without discrimination. And our generation offers dynamic energy, ideas, innovative solutions. And we want to scale up these efforts, but we need you, decision makers, to support our initiatives.
To bring this vision to life, we are proud to announce the creation of two national youth parliaments on water, one in France and one in Kazakhstan. By uniting young leaders, these parliaments will strengthen resilience, inspire collaboration, and develop actionable strategies to sustainable water management at local, transboundary, and global scales.
But let's be clear, youth, even though they are aligning this, walking the talk through projects with dedicated SDG 6, they can't do alone. They need a help, so let's support them.
Yes, to achieve this, we call on you to first establish and sustain funding mechanisms to support youth-led water initiatives. And on this point, I would like to thank the French Development Agency, IFD, for paving the way with us in France. Secondly, we need you to empower youth participation in decision-making processes at every level. And last, to foster international cooperation for young people.
And this new Youth Parliament's Water will inspire and connect young leaders. To support the shared vision of France, Kazakhstan, and the global youth movement for water, we call you to help us in empowering young people to build the future with water to accessible everyone.
Honorable leaders,
the youth are ready.
Will you answer the call?
Thank you so much for your inspiring words and for your motivation, motivating, I think, all of us, giving us an example. And as this is part of a more global initiative, the Global Youth Movement for Water, that really brings together initiatives, bridges local and global agenda and advocacy, empowering young leaders like the ones we have today with us here on the stage to really act on our future. And I would like to share with you one short video that we have and which shows concretely the examples of cooperation of projects that can be done and can be achieved together, in particular with youth engagement. So if we can have a video.
biggest change that my project has brought to the community is a significant improvement in the water quality and a reduction in massive die-off of fish and marine creatures. My project has helped to address the problem of local water challenge like pollution.
The main objective of our project is to address limited access self-sanitation by establishing a fecal treatment in the coastal area of Bandar Lampung.
The project adopted an educational design to build the adaptive capacity of small-scale farmers within one of Jamaica's most productive regions. So we designed a curriculum and held farmer field schools to increase farmers' knowledge about climate change, water conservation methods, plant-water interaction, and soil-water management.
I see youth-led initiative curbing the problem of water security through the conservation of local water bodies and its provision to communities that lack proper access to water.
In this climate change situation, we need to encourage the community to more resilience to face the climate change through connected to the sanitation issue. Youth is so important. Youth has the power and crucial role in every aspect and process.
Young people are leading in key projects to transform and safeguard our future water security.
Our existing policies and frameworks fail, they are as much part of the problem as they are part of the solution. And we want to make sure that that seat of the table is valid towards the One Water Summit, towards all the follow-up processes in the UN 2026 conference, as well as the UN 2028 and beyond. Let's work together, give them a seat at our table, so we deserve a seat at their table.
After such an inspiring video, but most of all of this, such inspiring statements and engagement and motivation from our young leaders, it's with more enthusiasm that I move into the next part of our session, which is a roundtable with concrete solutions and tools, I would say, for transboundary cooperation, which showcases some of the instruments and platforms that were already presented today here, but that really can turn the needle from conflict to cooperation in transboundary basins and multiply economic, social, and environmental benefits for population. With that, I would like to call to the stage Mr. Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, the CEO of the Global Environmental Facility, and also Mr. Eric Tardieu, Secretary General of the International Network of Basin Organizations. As we look now into the tools and very concrete solutions that we have in front of us, I would like to highlight first one of those, and that is the Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition, which was created in the run-up to the 2023 Water Conference, where we had 17 countries, but what was very important that we brought together 20 international organizations, financial institutions, academia, and NGOs, joined forces in creating this Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition. And it really is there to help and promote cooperation. And in fact, preparing to this One Water Summit, the coalition decided to launch a knowledge platform on transboundary water cooperation, which will be as a one-stop shop, as we might say, so for countries, for partners really to get all the information, all the data to develop partnership and cooperate when it comes to transboundary water. And the GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, is an active member of this Transboundary Water Cooperation Coalition and really a major driver when it comes to supporting transboundary water cooperation worldwide. So I'd like to invite you, Mr. Rodriguez, really to share with us a little bit more on this part.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana, and it's a real pleasure to be here today. The Global Environment Facility is all about partnership and cooperation. We were created 30 years ago. We are a partnership of 187 countries. Today, we have roughly 2,000 projects in 144 countries with a budget of $8.4 billion in grant finance directly to countries, which mobilize probably around $80 billion in co-finance. So the GEF is all about cooperation and partnerships. Here we are, Tatiana, I will say after a long series of weeks of international meetings and negotiations, and I will say with modest success in what we are trying to achieve in terms of reverting climate change and adapting to the climate change, biodiversity conservation, and just very importantly, dealing with desertification, land degradation, and drought. And yes, water is across all of those elements. And even though water is everywhere, it is nowhere seen at all. And for me, it is a real honor to be here in this high-level dialogue, because this is what we need, have these kind of conversations at the highest political level. I will say that after hearing our good friend Johan Rockström, we, humanity, has profoundly altered the global hydrological cycle. Water dependency on one country often relies on another country or another region. So changes to our climate, our landscapes, and our forests are increasingly disrupting this delicate balance. And you told us very well, Tatiana, that we cannot meet our national commitments to the SDGs without acknowledging the importance of transboundary water cooperation. And that is what the GEF is all about. The protection of freshwater ecosystems and the advancement of transboundary water cooperation is in the core of the DNA of the GEF. And to date, as I said, we have mobilized large sums of resources in terms of transboundary water management. The GEF has been able to allocate around $1.3 billion in more than 200 different projects in around 640 watersheds, most of them transboundary watersheds. Today, as part of this event, the GEF is very proud to report that we will be doing a $5 million investment in the Freshwater Challenge. For us, it's a great opportunity to really mobilize immediate resources to activities that brings together the effort that we want to do in terms of integration and inclusion. There will never be a solution for our aspiration of sustainability if we still work on silos. That is why integrating across conventions, across government agencies, across sectors are in the core of what we want to do. And also, Tatiana, I would like to also announce the GEF's recent investment of $10.6 billion to strengthening the management of the Zambezi River Basin for climate resilient and healthy ecosystems. We've been working with SAMCON, the regional organization that manages this precious freshwater ecosystem in Africa. And here we can prove that we can really invest to facilitate not only the dialogue, but also actions across the water, energy, food, and environmental nexus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you've noticed, I mean, by the applauses, you've launched quite a few important messages. And you ran us through governance, finance, but to facilitate really cooperation and reduce what we are saying, the water risks and adapt uses, we all rely on data, on quality data. And this requires really enhanced international cooperation, as will do the One Water Vision Coalition. And we've heard already a few speakers, several speakers mentioning it. I think we have a short video, if we have time to run it, before I will invite Eric to speak more in details about this vision. So if we can have the video.
The water cycle is strongly disrupted by human action. Both water scarcity as well as water excess, exacerbated by climate change, will become increasingly problematic. Societies need to improve water risk management and adapt water usage. To this end, states need to have access to reliable data and to cooperate on the best practices in water sciences, Earth observation, artificial intelligence, and data management. On the occasion of the One Water Summit, the World Meteorological Organization and the International Network for Basin Organizations are partnering with a new international research consortium, bringing together space agencies, research organizations, and universities to launch the One Water Vision initiative. Its members have committed to working together on 3 priorities. First, strengthen operational information systems supporting hydrological services through cooperation programs such as the WMO Global Hydrological Status and Outlook System, or the Space Climate Observatory to share and enable access to information on the state of freshwater resources. Second, co-develop reliable datasets by ground-truthing Earth observations on pilot sites worldwide. For instance, the SWAT satellite, developed by NASA and CNES, is the first to deliver hydrological data at high spatial and temporal resolution. It will allow all partners to complement the monitoring of surface water stocks in lakes, rivers, and glaciers. Lastly, develop novel approaches through enhanced scientific and technical cooperation, such as the Trishna satellite developed by ISRO and CNES, to allow better monitoring of agricultural droughts through water stress. The One Water Vision will show how better informed water management can be implemented by states and leaders while involving society as a whole.
Seeing this video, I mean, it's about data and the importance of data. So Eric, can you run us through this initiative and this vision, really what it is about?
Yeah, thank you very much, Tatiana. As you can imagine, we are very proud to launch this One Water Vision Coalition today with already more than 20 research institutions, including space agencies and universities from Asia, including from Kazakhstan, as well as was mentioned, from Europe, including from France, INRAE and CNES, but also from Africa and Australia. And this research consortium will be complemented. It remains open to other research institutions. And I am also launching a call for new research partners today. We have the World Meteorological Organization on board, which is great because WMO is already working with countries, in particular through its hydrological observing system. And INBO will help to provide the perspective from basin organizations via their role as multi-stakeholders platforms for dialogue among different water users. So this initiative gathers data producers and data users, building bridges for a quicker emergence of useful services based on new satellite technologies. This is really meant to be a fruitful cooperation between science, creation of new knowledge, and implementation approaches with user perspective for quantitative and qualitative water resources management, for water-related risks management, agriculture, water stress, long-term planning. It will cover very contrasted contexts in terms of climate and geographies. It will enhance access to reliable data sets and get closer to real-time services. The initiative will be facilitated by a secretariat hosted by INRAE in France. So this One Water Vision Coalition is a tool for you country leaders, high-level decision makers. It will illustrate and demonstrate how satellite technology can facilitate science-based decision-making processes at different levels, transboundary and national levels, of course, but also more local levels like basins or even cities or farms. We will develop pilot cases, involve local stakeholders, and try to also provide a comparative analysis of the different solutions and services. And very last remark, let's keep in mind that data sharing and inclusive water information systems are not only useful technical tools, they are also key triggers for cooperation and trust building among water users, and hence for the improvement of water resources management at all levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. This is an amazing initiative, and I think it's a great way of concluding this session when it is about cooperation and mutual engagements and partnerships, and having this reliance on science, research and data, which we are all greatly supporting, shows once again how important partnerships are, in particular when we address transboundary water cooperation. And really, it needs a strong political drive, and having heads of states here today and showing their commitment is extremely powerful. With that, I think we can move forward with the discussions, but also with our joint commitment to really have transboundary cooperation high on our agenda, integrating in the global processes, the 2026 UN Water Conference, and in the discussions on the post-2030 agenda. Let us really seize the opportunities that we have, strengthen our cooperation, and really ensure a future of shared prosperity and resilience. Once again, the cost of inaction is too high and a risk we cannot afford when the well-being of our people, of our ecosystems, and of our shared planet is at stake. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tatiana, and to our distinguished panelists and speakers for demonstrating how cooperation can transform potential water conflicts into opportunities for shared prosperity. Your examples showcased today of successful transboundary water management show us that when we work together, we create solutions that benefit all parties involved. Ladies and gentlemen, our next sequence addresses the foundational challenge of water resource preservation. As we are learning today and every day, effective water planning and management begins with land and ecosystem management. And to guide us through this vital discussion, I am pleased to welcome our moderator, Dr. Musunda Mumba, Secretary General of the Convention on Wetlands. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor to be here. And having listened to Professor Johan Rockström, we understand that there is an urgency needed in how we act. The very hydrological cycle and how it manifests is at the very center of the work we do. I head the Convention on Wetlands based in Switzerland, and I'm deeply honored to lead this session that focuses on preserve, restore, and adapt. But how do we adapt? And that's what we're going to be hearing about very soon. Without further ado, I would like to invite His Excellency, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mohammad Sharif, to come and tell us how has Pakistan managed to deal with the complexity from the Himalayas all the way to the sea and adapt in a space of change. Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Prime Minister of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Excellency President Emmanuel Macron, my dear brother, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, France, and Kazakhstan, as well as the World Bank, for organizing this timely summit to deliberate upon one of humanity's most pressing challenges, water security. Excellencies, water is the lifeblood of our planet, a cornerstone of economic development, food security, and environmental sustainability. This life-sustaining resource, however, is coming under great pressure. Nearly half of the world's population is facing water scarcity for at least part of the year. Billions remain without clean drinking water as water pollution is rising at alarming levels. Water resources are fast depleting and degrading, displacing millions and causing unprecedented destruction. This is not a distant threat, but a flashing sign for all of us to see and act speedily. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is no stranger to these challenges. Our rivers, glaciers, and aquifers are increasingly vulnerable to the impact of climate change and population growth. To this day, we are still grappling with the 2022 catastrophic floods that hit Pakistan like never before. Widespread damage to our water resources and irrigation sector, and on top of that, affecting millions of lives and livelihoods. At the same time, droughts pose an equally potent threat to our country. Nearly 70% of our land consists of arid and semi-arid areas, and around 30% of our population is directly affected by drought-like conditions. As one of the 10 countries most vulnerable to global climate change, such impacts and losses are likely to rise further for Pakistan in the absence of concentrated international actions. Excellencies, water transcends political boundaries, connecting nations and fostering shared ecosystem. Pakistan, therefore, attaches great importance to transboundary cooperation. The Indus Water Treaty, which governs the sharing of the Indus Basin's waters, is one example of such an arrangement. Yet, in recent years, the treaty has come under unprecedented stress due to a number of factors, including construction of upstream dams. Its effective functioning is key to maintaining regional peace, stability, and progress. Excellencies, our Recharge Pakistan initiative aims to address climate-induced flood risks and mitigate drought impacts through ecosystem-based adaptations. Also, we are finalizing a national drought plan that identifies the most drought-affected areas and proposes effective response mechanisms to mitigate the impact of drought in these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, at the global level, I would submit for your kind consideration a number of steps to overcome water-related challenges. First, we need international cooperation and collaboration to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, as provided for in the SDG 6. Second, exchange of knowledge and expertise, as well as transfer of technologies on innovative water management must be prioritized. Third, adequate funding for climate-resilient infrastructure and overcoming financing gap remains critical for climate-vulnerable countries. Fourth, we must also focus on framework for transparency, data sharing, and regional cooperation to avoid conflicts and promote water sharing. Fifth, we must invest in skills development, research, and institutional strengthening to tackle water challenges at national and global levels. Last but not the least, we require strong political will and global leadership to overcome the water crisis. In this regard, I would like to deeply appreciate and commend the visionary leadership and timely initiative of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to establish the Global Water Organization. We are proud to join this initiative as one of its founding members and look forward to providing all possible support in achieving its important goals. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I am reminded of the joyful scenes of children playing along the river canals that traverse my home city, Lahore in Pakistan, and the fisher folk and their boats along the river Ravi. These cherished memories serve as a poignant reminder of what is at stake. As leaders, policymakers, and custodians of the future, it is our duty to ensure that these rivers, lakes, and aquifers that have nourished civilizations for centuries must not be reduced to tales of the past. I thank you.
Memory, remembering the places of our childhood. This is absolutely wonderful. At this juncture, I would like to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Mongolia. We're now traveling to the steppes and the beautiful area of Mongolia. His Excellency, Prime Minister Lu Samdasrai. Excellency, I understand that your fun fact about Mongolia is that it actually has the oldest protected area in the world from 1728. I understand he's not here. We move along. We take a journey. Because we're here in Riyadh, and thank you to the presidency of Saudi Arabia, we are here for COP16, the UNCCD COP, and for many people, this may just be one of many summits. But the One Water Summit is also part of One Planet Summit under the leadership of President Macron and other world leaders. And so in 2021, when the One Planet Summit for Biodiversity by His Excellency President Macron was held, there was an initiative that was born, which was an accelerator for the Sahel. And this beautiful region in the Sahel is also very vulnerable, as we know. Just behind the Sahara and the advancement of the Sahara, the initiative of the Great Green Wall. And an announcement that will be and was made today by His Excellency, and as a result of that One Water Summit, we do realize that today there is a program by the United Nations World Food Programme which is launching its second phase called the Sahel Integrated Resilience Program. Very excited. Unfortunately, the head of WFP, Cindy McCain, cannot be with us here today, but we have a fantastic video on the story of this initiative, an outcome of that One Water Summit. If we can have the video, please.
The World Food Programme is best known for delivering emergency relief, but our work extends far beyond food assistance. We also support communities as they build long-term resilience against hunger. Many of the people we serve are living with the devastating impacts of climate change, from land degradation to depleted water resources. Water management is a crucial part of a successful strategy to end hunger, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and other regions prone to droughts or floods. This is why, together with a wide range of partners, WFP runs programs to restore soil fertility and capture rainwater using innovative soil conservation and regeneration approaches. Techniques such as half-moon structures improve soil health, enhance crop yields, and help protect against drought. They also recharge water tables and support sustainable groundwater extraction for community use. Since 2018, WFP has used these tools to rehabilitate 300,000 hectares of land and over 4,000 water systems across the Sahel region of West Africa. Our program helped protect livelihoods and reduce humanitarian needs for over 4 million people. With your support, we plan to expand our work even further. Our goal is to invest $1.5 billion in the Sahel over the next 5 years to assist 5 million people in resilience-building programs. This investment will be crucial not only to restore damaged ecosystems, but also to build long-term food security for the most vulnerable communities. Your support for a sustainable future has never been more important. WFP is ready to work with you to achieve it. Thank you for your partnership.
Fantastic initiative that has been funded by the government of France and several other donors. I'm so excited. Now I'm going to invite a number of speakers because we really want to understand, because part of the actual objective of this One Water Summit is to understand what solutions actually exist on the ground. I'm sure people are wondering what's happening in the global north, the global south, in different parts of the world. And without further ado, I begin by inviting Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, who is the president of IUCN, to come to the stage. And also I'd like to invite Ms. Zulfiya Suleymanov from Kazakhstan, and also Mr. Domingo Nampuchkai from the Amazon. Well, welcome. Razan, you are the president of a big organization, a member-based organization called IUCN, but you've also been very much instrumental and involved in what is called the Freshwater Challenge. Some people here may not know about it, and we would like to hear more. What exactly is happening in the world? It's an exciting initiative.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's just wonderful, wonderful to be here. Your Excellencies, Prime Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start my intervention perhaps with a quick question. As president of IUCN, I have a bit of a problem with reconciling a definition of water that is perhaps too simplistic. One that perhaps looks at water too much as a commodity. As president of IUCN, with our 18,000 scientists, we're not surprised perhaps that water is perhaps conceived as a commodity that we need to manage, one that we need to share, perhaps trade, sell, or exchange. But also, as somebody coming from an arid region, an arid part of the world, I know deeply that water is much more than that. Water, as we've heard, is life, plain and simple. We cannot survive without it, and it is not a commodity and cannot be managed as such. Water, ladies and gentlemen, is nature. Water are rivers. Water are peatlands, are wetlands, are lakes. Then, coming from a climate change perspective, my second point, and as our climate changes and we continue our increased demand on natural resources, it is through water that we will feel the first pain of climate change. We see too much water, we see too little water, or perhaps we see water that is utterly polluted. And so climate change, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps is sometimes can be seen as a metaphor for water changing. And in the context of climate change, healthy freshwater ecosystems are key. They're key, why? Because they can prevent and mitigate floods and droughts. They're central in this connection between climate, nature, and sustainable development. And probably one of our greatest and most efficient ally to store carbon. Peatlands, for example, even though represent 3% of the world's Earth's surface, but store twice as much as carbon as all forests combined. So, we're not here just to talk about name and culture and definitions, challenges, but really here to talk about opportunities. And this is where the Freshwater Challenge or opportunity comes. It was launched at COP28. It was really a historic initiative that shed light on this, sometimes forgotten ecosystem, but with very clear definitions of targets and goals. So 3 goals. 1, to restore 300,000 kilometers of degraded rivers. 2, to restore 350 million hectares of degraded wetlands by 2030. And thirdly, to conserve intact freshwater ecosystems. And I'm extremely proud that today the Freshwater Challenge is now the largest global effort to restore and protect freshwater systems. We have 49 countries already on board, all believing that the common thread between the 3 Rio Conventions and the Ramsar Convention is, in fact, the freshwater ecosystem. My last message here is 49 countries is impressive, but it's too little. We need more countries on board, and we will continue as freshwater advocates ensure that we beat the drum to ensure that more parties are engaged and involved. But my final message is this is not a message for governments alone. Governments alone cannot address these complex challenges. We need non-party stakeholders involved. We need the private sector. We need civil society. We need academia. And here, while I am representing IUCN, I also represent a coalition of non-party stakeholders that are the core partners of this initiative that I'd like to mention. They are Conservation International, TNC, Wetland International, WWF, Ramsar, UNCCD, and of course, UNEP. And with that, I really would like to conclude with really inviting countries and non-party stakeholders to join the Freshwater Challenge. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a brilliant initiative. I mean, I've been very fortunate to be privy to see the evolution of this critical and important initiative. We now go to my dear sister Zulfia. I had the opportunity of visiting your region. Unfortunately, I've not been to Kazakhstan yet, but I was in the South Aral in Uzbekistan, and we heard from His Excellency President Tokayev. He did say that we've made some mistakes, and in making these mistakes, there's been an impact in seeing that. The Aral Sea, when I saw that first picture in the National Geographic of a ship stranded and dry, but at the same time, there's a message of hope, because something is happening. There's restoration initiatives happening, and it's so exciting, and I would like to hear from you. What are you doing in Kazakhstan to make this shift?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. For Kazakhstan, as was noted by President Tokayev earlier, water is a lifeline that sustains everything on the planet. Working on One Water Summit throughout the year, we were always thinking about what are our concrete deliverables. We really wanted to make this summit a summit of hope. And here I would like to share 5 concrete initiatives. First, we keep dear to our heart water cooperation. Out of 8 basins in my country, 7 are transboundary. So, Kazakhstan is a party to both United Nations Water Conventions, and we are now ratifying the UNECE Protocol on Water and Health. This year, we have also assumed chairmanship in the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, regional transboundary cooperation organization of Central Asian states. We will keep its mandate high throughout our presidency. Kazakhstan will prioritize the implementation of a comprehensive 4th RLC Basin program, and we are thrilled to announce our new cooperation with AFD on improving the efficiency of water use in agriculture. Second, as announced by President Tokayev, I am very happy to reconfirm our joining the Freshwater Challenge, aim to maintain the health of ecosystems. As a first step, we plan to preserve the Aksuat Lake system of Naurazum Reserve. Third, we have succeeded in preserving on the first phase the Northern Aral Sea, a once 4th biggest lake, now almost completely deserted, the one which you've seen. Jointly with One Water Summit French team, with Barbara Pompili, we visited the town of Aralsk this summer, once port city at the shore of the sea, to see with our own eyes how water defines our lives and our cultures. We were touched when we saw a lighthouse built by locals in the hope that the sea will someday return. And I am deeply privileged to declare that jointly with the World Bank, we will continue the second phase of the project on restoration of the Northern Aral Sea. We hope that it will be transformative for the ecosystem and for the local population. Fourth, there are internal water bodies that also deserve our attention. The unique Lake Balkhash is one of it, with half of it being salty, another half being freshwater. South of it is Ramsar wetland. With permission, I would like to announce that a leading private company of Kazakhstan, Kazakh Corporation, has committed to allocating $5 million for projects aimed at preserving sustainability of lake's ecosystem. We are very proud that there are private sector actors who are able and willing to take on such an enormous challenge and demonstrate leadership in water ecosystem preservation. Fifth, glaciers play an important role in global water cycle. Our president just mentioned it. They feed rivers and lakes, sustaining the livelihoods of nearly 2 billion people globally. Our water towers over the last few decades have experienced loss in mass and are projected to further thaw. Unfortunately, we do not know much about them. There still remain yawning gaps in our monitoring of the glacier system in all mountainous regions. That's why Kazakhstan will work with leading institutions and partners to establish a water towers partnership aimed at three things. First, support and strengthen concrete research on our water towers to fill in the existing gaps and provide recommendations for deglaciated conditions. Second, support integration of local knowledge into the knowledge base about the glaciers. Ask locals, they know better. Third, support young scientists who would like to dedicate their lives to this beautiful science. It will support existing global efforts on glaciers. Dear friends, when back in 2021 I was a guest in a fisherman's house at the shore of the Aral Sea, I asked, "What is your dream?" They laughed and said, "We dream about rain and snow." And I stop here in hope that our actions would inspire change. There is no such a thing as important or unimportant actions. There are meaningful actions. Even if small, if it changes the life of someone, the effort is never lost. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. We are waiting for that dream to come true one day soon. At this juncture, I would like to invite Mr. Nampichkai, who's come all the way from the Amazon. Now, this, as we saw from Johan Rockström's presentation, the sky rivers and the importance of connectivity, but also the power of local communities and why they matter. So we want to hear from you why the action of local communities matters.
Muy buenas noches. En primer lugar, a su majestad, al príncipe real de Arabia Saudí, excelentes presidentes como de Francia, Kazajistán y presidente del Banco Mundial por organizar este evento tan importante. Saludar a las honorables autoridades, hombres, mujeres presentes. Me llamo Domingo Peas, soy presidente de Gran Alianza Cuencas Sagradas, 30 pueblos indígenas unidos entre Perú y Ecuador para cuidar permanentemente los 35 millones de hectáreas, donde nacen todos los ríos que forman una gran Amazonía, que es la zona más biodiversa del mundo. Pero antes de intervenir, quiero también saludar a nombre de todos los pueblos indígenas de 7 regiones, quienes estamos presentes, cuidando la vida humana, cuidando la selva intacta.
Cada cual a su realidad, cada cual con su responsabilidad. Quiero compartir con ustedes de que para nosotros, los indígenas, todo ecosistema es un ser vivo. Para nosotros, dentro de ello está el agua. Agua es un ser vivo con espíritu que tiene una conexión con mundo natural, con bosque primario intacta, donde está reposando todos los aguas y lanza a los ríos volantes que llega en todo continente. Por eso para nosotros, agua es muy sagrada. Todas las mujeres son conectadas con el agua. La vida de cada ser humano nace con agua. Por eso es muy sagrado para nosotros y seguimos cuidando. Eso quería compartir con vosotros. El agua depende de la Amazonía. La Amazonía es punto importantísimo, es pulmón y corazón del mundo. Si destruimos el bosque en pie, que está en todo territorio indígena, ya no va a tener esa fuerza para seguir bombeando a todo continente. Si la hallamos a la Amazonía, pues afectará a toda la planeta. Por eso quería invitar a todas las autoridades. Vengo acá no para protestar. Vengo acá a buscar esa gran alianza, la alianza del humano. La humanidad ha hecho trabajo sin revertir a la madre tierra. No hay un aporte a la madre tierra, al ecosistema. Tenemos que hacer una gran reflexión. Invito que los gobiernos, que las